check, essai un. Testing 1, 2, mic check. Mic check.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, may I invite you all to rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Dr. Venerable Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, PFHEA, HFCoL. Dr. Venerable Mahenganga Parsad, Minister of Education and Human Resources, PDSM. Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Nitin Prayag. His Excellency, Mr. Fayez Al-Temiat, Saudi Arabia Ambassador. His Excellency, Mr. Biswanath Singh, Honorary Consul of Estonia. Representatives of Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Bisham Sipausad, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Professor Ramila Mohi, Commissioner of Higher Education Commission, Professor Kiran Bajan, Director of the Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Captains of Industry, Vice Chancellors, Directors of Higher Education Institutions, public and private, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you all. Today's event marks an important milestone for Mauritius. Following the Higher Education Summit held last year, we are now proud to launch the National Strategic Plan for Higher Education, Science and Research 2025-2035. This plan is the result of extensive work and consultations carried out by 7 national committees, each focusing on a strategic pillar. Distinguished guests, it is now my honor to invite on stage Mr. Bisham Sipausad, Acting Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, to deliver the welcome address.
Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, PFHEA, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Dr. the Honorable Mahenganga Parsad, PDSM, Minister of Education and Human Resources, Dr. Nitin Prayag, Member of Parliament, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Corps, Heads of Institutions, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and warm welcome to this launching ceremony of the National Strategy for Higher Education, Science and Research 2025-2035. This strategic document represents a significant turning point, offering a high-level roadmap that defines this ministry's future directions, aligns leadership, and sets measurable goals for coming years. With consistent effort by all stakeholders, the strategic document has been finalized and approved by government. At the very outset, the vision for the sector was explicitly articulated by the Honorable Minister, providing a clear direction to develop the strategy in line with the measures announced in Government Program 2025-2029. This strategy bridges the gap between that vision and action. The effective implementation of the strategy relies on 3 core components: analytical capacity, that is the ability of officials of the ministry and HEIs to understand the problems, assess evidence, and design technically sound action plan. Secondly, operational capacity, the ability to mobilize financial resources, hire skilled public servants, and effectively deploy the action plan. Thirdly, political capacity, the ability to secure public trust, manage stakeholder interests, and build legitimacy for the policies. As the challenges become more complex, we require a multidisciplinary, cross-agency approach. Effective implementation requires collective effort, not only across institutions and ministries, but across borders through diplomatic channels. More than ever before, public-private partnership is vital for addressing pressing issues for higher education, science, and research. This strategy provides the right platform for sustainable partnership between private and public sector. I can see colleagues from the Ministry of Finance over here, and this reassures us for financial support in the forthcoming budget for effective implementation of the action plan. Honorable Minister, as public servants, we have to work closely with the political leadership to ensure that ministry is fully aligned and in support of the priorities of the government of the day. No doubt the head of institutions over here and the heads of department present are committed to the priorities of the government of the day and take pride in the achievement of this milestone. Despite few organizational inertia to some degrees, let us be ambitious together in delivering our commitments. Our strength is in our synergy, the political ambition combined with administrative prowess. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siporsad, for setting the tone for this important national event. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have a privilege to invite Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sukon, Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research. Dr. Sukon is a Principal Fellow of the UK Higher Education Academy and the Founding Director General of the Open University of Mauritius, which he established in 2012. Under his leadership, the institution has grown to become Mauritius' leading university in enrollment, achieving full financial independence and ISO certification. Dr. Sukon has held a number of distinguished national and international roles, including second vice president of the African Council of Distance Education. He was chairman of the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council, where he oversaw the launch of Mauritius' first nanosatellite, and he was consultant for global organizations such as UNESCO, ILO, ADEA, and UNDP. Recently, Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sukon received the prestigious Honorary Fellow of the Commonwealth of Learning. Dr. Sukon is also known for coining the term learning and for developing a widely published model for blended learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. the Honorable Kaviraj Sukon on stage to deliver his keynote address and officially launch our national strategic plan.
My colleague, Dr. the Honorable Ngangapa, my colleague, Dr. Payag and Madam, the Excellencies, His Excellency the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia, the Honorary Consul of Estonia, the Acting Permanent Secretary of my ministry, the CEO of Mauritius Telecom, the Commissioner of Higher Education Commission, the VC, Director General, Chairpersons, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, Good morning. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here to launch the strategic plan. Very often we are told, why do we need the strategic plan? So the strategic plan that we have is indeed, can you move the slide, please? The strategic plan translates, in fact, the vision of the government. In the government program, paragraph 48, it's clearly written that we would like to transform Mauritius into education hub. Of course, since we are a family here, we can say things as they are. People told me, well, we have been talking about knowledge hub for decades. It's not the first time we are hearing it. Do you think we will be able to achieve that? Now, if you compare the time in the early 2000s when we were talking about knowledge hub, we were constructing secondary school at that time. Today, we are closing secondary school because we don't have children in the schools. And all the universities, whether public or private, they're competing from the same pool. So the context is different. Now transforming Mauritius into a knowledge hub is not only necessary, but it has become urgent. Because what we see at the secondary school level will soon be translated at the tertiary education level if we don't do anything. That's why my colleague, Dr. Venerable Gangapal is working to ensure that the success rate with the reform at that level, that the success rate increases, that we're able to transform every pair of hands into thinking hands, that we don't lose talents, that we ensure that everybody is able to succeed. So, the strategic plan is aimed to translate what has been written in the government program. Now, as you see, the government program, paragraph 48, the sub-3 paragraph, now needed to be translated into a document that would be able to ensure that we achieve these goals. That's why we started with this strategic plan. Next one. Now, if I was speaking in an international forum, I would have said only the first 3 paragraphs here, the nice things. We have a gross tertiary enrollment ratio of 54. We are the first in sub-Saharan Africa. We are 6th among the 36 upper middle income. And we are 53rd in the world on the Global Innovation Index. And I would stop here because it shows the beautiful side of the things. But we've got to see things in their real perspective, where the shoe is pinching, where we are weak. That's why we need the strategic plan. If you look at the gross expenditure on research and development by the business enterprises, we are 77th. We are 90th when it comes to the extent to which universities and businesses collaborate on research and development. And the gross expenditure on R&D, we are 84th. This is what we want to see. This is what we want to correct. This is what we want to improve at the end of the day. And that's why we need the strategy plan. We've got to see the issues. If we stop and saying, well, we are very happy, we are first in sub-Saharan Africa. Our gross tertiary enrollment ratio is so high, 54 is a few times higher than the average in sub-Saharan Africa, where many countries have a GTR of less than 10%. But that's not the reality. We cannot be happy with these numbers. We've got to see how to improve the impact we are making. And that's what we would like to do. So, why the reform? Why now? As I said, the government program needed to be translated in a document that would help us achieve the goals. That's why, if the number of students is decreasing, if you look at, as I said, in the year 2000, we had around 29,000 students taking, at that time it was CPE, and last year we had only 12,500, around 500 students taking PFHEA. So in one generation, the number of students at the primary level has decreased by more than 50%. And we are 41st when it comes to inbound mobility at the tertiary education level. We are not the only one willing to transform their nation into a knowledge hub. The competition is there. If we don't do anything, if we don't move together, we won't be able to. We would be left behind. So, if you take even countries like Rwanda, they have an edge on us. Why? Because they are easily accessible by many countries around. So, we've got to come together and ensure that, yes, we are transforming our country into that knowledge hub. Technological disruption. You will find more and more institutions offering their courses online. MIT has all its courses online through the platform edX. You want to learn about anything, you can have it available at the tip of your fingers. AI is transforming the way we are teaching and learning. I said that, the CEO of British Telecom as well said that. We would like that every child, every student has an avatar to support the learning. Today, the way we are teaching, and we have been teaching, is that once we're in the classroom, we assume that everybody is at the same level. When we teach and understand, all of them understand at the same level, and we are happy. But that's not the truth. As Newton's third law said, to every action there is a reaction. But it is wrongly taught, because we teach them to measure the action to know the reaction, which is completely wrong. The reaction has to be measured to know what the action has been. And the reaction is what? You see so many students unable to reach the level that we would like them to reach. And therefore, the action has somewhere not been correct, not been sufficient. As I said, we like to punch above our weight by saying we are first here, first there, and we are doing very well. But there are many other nations also competing. when it comes to productivity as well, we would like to have more and more of our young people becoming entrepreneurs. We would like more and more people to help the economy grow. We would like to see new sectors being developed to contribute to the economic development. So, what we want through the strategic plan is to be able to achieve that ambition of supporting our nation to move from the middle income trap. We would like to have talents who would be able to ensure that there is sufficient pairs of hands that would be able to help the nation achieve the goals it has set for itself. So, how did we get to the strategic plan? Very often people say, well, most probably the politician must have dreamt of something at night, and tomorrow morning he came and said that to his officer and it was done. Far from that. We started in January 2025 with the 7 committees. And here I would like to thank all the chairpersons coming from public, private universities, from the business world, coming together. We set up those 7 committees on teaching and learning quality. Let's face it, that the teaching and learning varies so much, not only among the institution, but within the institution. We are not here to tell you that we should uniformize, far from that. We are here to tell you that there must be a minimum standard that everybody must respect. And this is what we are looking for, that you must have a minimum standard. You cannot tell a student 10 minutes before the lecture, I'm going to do my lecture online. Unacceptable. You cannot say that you have a lecture of 3 hours and you say, well, in 30 minutes I'm done. There must be a minimum standard. We are not telling you to uniformize. We are telling you, everybody, when a student comes to you, you must ensure that you must have the minimum standards. Research strategy. Professor Nungu and his team has been doing a good job. The slide that I showed to you on the Global Innovation Index, where we are ranked 77th, it reflects also the quality of research being churned out. That's why we also included in the changes in the Higher Education Act the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework to ensure that we are churning out publications, research at the higher level that will help to not only have an impact, but also help to solve issues at the country level. I've been saying that to all the academics. As I said, I'm an academic transformed into a politician. And I've always been saying that the lifetime of a politician is much shorter than that of an academic. So that's why we move fast. So when we had issues at HFCoL, when we are saying that there's a problem of bleaching in the ocean, when we are saying that there is a problem of transport congestion, where are our researchers? We would like to see our researchers there, supporting the government to craft the right policy decision. So, I know the recommendation has been that we promote more and more Q1 and Q2 publications, which is, but Rest assured that we will have a gradual increase in that. But yes, the target is to ensure that we have more publications in the Q1, Q2 journal. This is what we would like to have. Lifelong learning pathways. We cannot condemn one child or one student if he or she has chosen the technical or vocational stream. There must be pathways that would allow that student to continue up to the level he or she wants. That's why we had the Committee on Lifelong Learning Pathways. The science diplomacy, because we believe that science, the research with the science, can help us generate a lot of revenue, bring a lot of income to the country. So, my colleague, Dr. Gangapal Sadi, is also promoting science through his reform that he's coming up with. But at the same time, we would like people to understand the importance of science. Here, I would like to thank MRIC, the Executive Director, the Chairperson, to ensure that we had a successful National Research Week, where we had leading researchers like Professor Frugel, who is one of the leading researchers in diabetes, was here. We had experts from Singapore telling us how to translate space data into data that would help us evaluate, monitor the performance of the crop, or improve productivity in the manufacturing sector. Internationalization. This is what we would like to achieve. And here it's clear, as I said earlier, if secondary schools have to be closed because we don't have students, then in a few years' time you might see that we are closing departments at the universities because they are not having students for years. Is this what we want? If we don't want that, then we've got to work to ensure that we succeed in this internationalization process. Of course, there has been a committee looking at that. There are various issues regarding accommodation. Last week, I chaired a meeting with the Passport and Immigration Office to ensure that the visa issues are ironed out. EDB is helping us a lot to ensure that we have a process which is smooth, that helps the student to feel at home when they come to Mauritius. Branding. Most probably this is one of the things that convinced me to leave academia to become minister, branding. Can you imagine? Mauritius is not known for higher education. If you ask anyone of your colleagues, of your families abroad, when you talk about Mauritius, if they know Mauritius for the sea, for the sand, for the tourism. They don't know Mauritius for higher education. That's why we started, and the government programs make it clear. The last budget speech made it clear, study in Mauritius. And we're encouraging everybody to use that banner, study in Mauritius. It's not going to create magic tomorrow. A brand takes the time it takes to create that magic. But we came together and decided that this is what we will use, study in Mauritius. So, and then at the same time, we would like to have a common platform for application. What's happening now? My colleagues, the politicians know. A student has applied at University A, doesn't get the seat, has not applied to another university, and now, after the admission has been closed, comes to you and says, Well, I applied at university, I didn't get the seat. Let me have a seat. How can we? We cannot. But the student has not applied anywhere else, and therefore has to wait for another year. That's why we need that platform that would allow both local and international students to apply on that simultaneously to all the universities. We are not reinventing the wheel, it exists everywhere. We didn't have it in Mauritius. We would like to have that common platform of application so that everybody can apply simultaneously to all the... After the 7 committees, what we did, they prepared the report. The reports are available on the website of the ministry. We translated, we asked them to come to the Higher Education Summit on 4th to 6th June, where each committee had the chance to present their findings, the result of the surveys, the consultations that they did. And there we had a large gathering of students, of people from the business sector, academics. They all came together to discuss the findings, right? So the summit was there, and on top of that, here I would like to thank the Mauritius Telecom for his support during that summit, where we had people who could follow us, give their inputs in real time. So we had expert panels, we had Voice of Our People sessions, and we had online feedback mechanism. So the 7 committees, whatever they found, they were presented during the summit. It was discussed, the results were analyzed, so that we have the input from a larger number of people. Now, after the summit, we organized a 2-day workshop. Because this workshop was needed in order now to craft the pillars of our strategy. So the 2-day workshop now looked at all the findings from the committee and from the summit. So what was the result of these 2-day workshop? The 5 pillars were identified. We wanted to have an international validation as well of the strategic plan. This is where we enlisted the support of Commonwealth of Learning. Professor Moui has been helpful in enlisting the support. We've got Professor Prince Lu, who used to be at UNISA, right, who came and once again looked at it, discussed with the stakeholders, and ensure that the strategic plan reflects the international good practices. And here I would like to thank Commonwealth of Learning for their support. So, all this is done to ensure that we have a document that is based on the input of the majority of the stakeholders. That would allow us to achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves. So, what we want at the end of the day, transform Mauritius into a globally connected, innovation-driven knowledge economy. By aligning the higher education, research, and digitalization to drive competitiveness, social mobility, and sustainable development. This is what we would like to achieve. So here are the 5 pillars: excellence in teaching and learning, research and innovation, pathways for lifelong learning, science diplomacy, digitalization, and AI excellence. After the break, you will have the chance to listen to each chairperson, the members, presenting the pillars. What are they? Why do we have those pillars? How do we intend to implement those pillars? Now, having a strategy is not sufficient. We've got to have a clear roadmap of implementing it. So the committee has been working on the implementation strategy. Strong governance, each a committee responsible to monitor the implementation of each pillar, right? And ensure that everybody is accountable. Of course, we will ensure that in the promotion criteria we have Q1, Q2 as well. But on top of that, we'll have all the enablers that would allow us to implement the strategy plan. We didn't wait. Wherever we had the consensus, we've started implementing it. As I said, we changed the Higher Education Act in June last year to ensure that we have micro-credentials. The micro-credentials help to bridge the gap between industry and academia. They also help to ensure that we reduce the mismatch between demand and supply of labor. But not everything is micro-credentials. Currently, we have 6 pilot projects going on, and all the universities, public universities, have this year to ensure that they review the entire curriculum. They include the micro-credentials. Now, the National Credit Value Transfer System is in the law, in the Higher Education Act. What do? We have a common credit system so that we speak the same language. That's important. And this also builds a trust among the institution. Our student can find a seat in a university abroad, but our student from University A has much difficulty to find a seat in a University B within our own country. That's the reality, the sad reality. That's why today the National Credit Value Transfer System is there, it's in the law. You are allowed to use it together with any other credit system. We also signed a number of agreements with international organizations. For example, the QA UK, HFCoL of France, UGC of India, to ensure that whenever institutions are offering programs from these institutions, which are accredited already by these, the institution where HEC has an agreement, they don't have to go through that lengthy process. And many of the institutions are already benefiting from that. So, we also have now included in the law the Mauritius Quality Code for higher education. The law also says that we are moving from program accreditation to institutional accreditation. The documents are there. They have also been vetted by the QA UK as well. So the minimum standards I talked about, the Committee on Teaching and Learning have already drafted the minimum standards that we would require. Education fairs, many of the public and private institutions already, with the support of EDB, once again, were able to participate in the education fair. The academic workload model, right? We are working on that, nearly finalized. The International Student Affairs Office. We are ensuring that all the institutions have a proper International Student Affairs Office. And we are organizing a training. The Director of Tertiary Education is organizing the workshop, right, the capacity building for all the institutions to ensure that they have a proper international student office that can accompany the student. The curriculum is being revised, as I said, but we also have a national curriculum to bridge, to ensure that we strengthen the bond between industry and academia, which is co-chaired by Business Mauritius. And we are reviewing the visa process. So this is our brand, Study in Mauritius, that we would like all of you to use so that it it has an impact, it creates the magic we want. So at the end of the day, what we are looking for teaching excellence, right? That the minimum standards are guaranteed, right? That we are not only doing research, of course, to have promotion, to be promoted, but we're also doing research to solve national issues, to contribute to craft solutions for national challenges. And we are able to provide pathways to learners. Wherever they are most welcome. They would be welcome in the system, and they would be allowed to proceed, to continue, and to learn. And of course, digital transformation, we have already started. It was announced in the budget. Today, all public universities have made AI module compulsory. And we would like this to be translated in all the years so that every student, before they graduate, they understand what AI is. AI is not only ChatGPT, it's not only Claude, DeepSeek. So I would like to end by thanking everybody wholeheartedly, because this would not have been possible by my ministry only. We had the support of everybody at all levels. And I could see that commitment, that dedication at all levels. I would like to thank them. The Commonwealth of Learning, the chairpersons of the 7 committees, the members of staff of my ministry, all the heads of institutions, public, private, universities, institutions, the business world, the captains of the industry, and the team behind the Higher Education Summit and the launch of today. And of course, all the sponsors who have graciously, who have happily helped us achieve, reach to this point. So, but this is only the beginning. I rely on the support and collaboration of each and every one to ensure that the strategy is implemented, that we achieve the goal, and we are able to ensure that each and every student has its place and that all development is done around that student, with the student at the center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for this visionary speech and forward-looking presentation. Honourable Minister, may I invite you now to do the honour of officially launching the National Strategic Plan. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Honourable Minister. May I kindly invite you to remain on stage to present copies of the National Strategic Plan to the Honourable Members of Parliament present. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I now call on stage Dr. the Honourable Mahenga Prasad, Minister of Education and Human Resources, to join us. I would kindly request the distinguished guests who will be called to receive a copy to remain on stage for a group photo. May I now call the Honourable Member of Parliament, Dr. Nitin Prayag. Thank you, honorable members of parliament. You may now return to your seat, honorable minister. Please remain off stage. I will now invite His Excellency, Mr. Biswanath Singh, to receive a copy from the hands of the minister. Excellency. Mr. Kevin Ramkalaon, CEO Business Mauritius, please join us. May I now call Professor Romila Murray, Commissioner of Higher Education Commission. Dr. Lee Pfeiffer, Director QAA, kindly join us on stage, please. May I kindly invite our distinguished guests to join the minister for a group photo. Thank you, honorable minister, and the distinguished guests. You may now return to your seat. Thank you. I will now request Mr. Sipalsad, Acting Permanent Secretary, to kindly join us on stage to give a copy of our National Strategic Plan to our heads of higher education institutions. I have a pleasure to now call Professor Kavi Kedo, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius. Associate Professor Dinesh Sarup, Director of Open of University of Mauritius. Professor Yashwantrao Rama, Deputy Director of Université des Mascareignes. Dr. Vidot Makunjo, Director of MGI. Dr. Tomal Chedia, Chairman of PML. Mrs. Mila Suratan Desia, Director MIE. Professor Hemant Chitu, Director of University of Technology of Mauritius. Dr. Aman Molu, Director, Rajiv Gandhi Science Center. Professor Marie Jensen van Rensburg, Pro Vice Chancellor, Middlesex University of Mauritius. Dr. Jérémy Charot, Executive Director, CTI, Curtin, Mauritius. Representative of Curtin, Mauritius. And Professor Vivek Gupta Ramnarayan, Director, Amity University. All the heads of institution present here. May I kindly invite you all to return to your seat. Thank you. So before we conclude, may I kindly invite you all to scan the QR code displayed on the screen to be able to access our national strategic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of the official protocol segment. On behalf of the Ministry, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all distinguished guests for honoring us with your presence today and to acknowledge with gratitude the Commonwealth of Learning for its invaluable support, both in terms of funding and technical expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for refreshments. I will request the invitees in the three first rows to follow the hostesses, and I kindly request the remaining participants to remain seated until all VVIPs have left the room. We shall resume the program shortly and reconvene at around 10:30 or 11 with presentation of the key strategic pillars to be followed by the closing segment with the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Further?
Test.
Pas des idées. 48 volts allumés.
Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1.
Non.
Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Test 1, 2. Lectern mic check. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Et c'est 1. Mic check. Hello. Okay, good morning everyone. Hello. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Di buona? Test 1, 2. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Oui, je vais mettre ma pépli haute, comme si. Testing 1, 2.
Quoi? Lively. Yes.
Okay.
Oui,
No,
ou capable.
next speaker.
Ah, ok.
I'm just checking whether I can read in
Yes,
notre
you can.
tableau maintenant. Ti, 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 ti.
Vous pouvez trouver comme si là.
Moi,
Ou bien rappeler en taper dérange. Testing 1, 2.
café.
Oui, oui, bien sûr. Ou les NMILS. Ou pas les causes de lecteur.
Ouais, ouais.
Ok. Pas de problème,
Moi,
Nena.
quelque chose comme ça. Et pas qu'à dire ça avec tel là, non. Et Ashwandi, caméras.
Test 1, 2.
Non. Parce que moi, je suis content de prendre.
Non, non, encore wireless mic.
Pardon?
Comment on peut arriver, madame?
Moi, je vais comment dire ça. Parce que moi, je peux essayer de prendre
Madame a pris ses prendre.
ouais, c'est une idée.
Ah, mais ça n'a pas de problème.
Qui fait le paquet là?
Mon professeur à l'université, moi, m'a dit, en fait, c'est un monde là.
Non, pas on va faire comme si. Juste
Non, allez, mon cause comme ça, bé. Les bizarres? Les bizarres?
C'est quoi? Si nous vieillis, là-bas, là, moi, j'ai tendance à faire comme
Ouais.
ça.
Mais moi, pas pour être là-bas, moi, pour être mon écran.
Non, mais qui fait ou pas get droite, mais ou get ou l'écran?
Mon content être l'écran là-bas.
Ah, ok.
Ah, mais moi, pour être l'écran là-bas.
Qui peut dire famille?
Qui veut dire famille? Sorry.
C'est bon. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Et c'est 1. Mais c'est bien là. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. En fait, je ne parle pas à cause de mon cavave trop près de quoi. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Hello, good morning everyone. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est 1. Check, check, check. Et ouais. Bon, quand vous avez besoin de gagner un petit tout faux, ouais. Mais tout. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est un. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Et c'est un. Testing wireless microphones. Test 1, 2. Mic check. Testing wireless microphone. Mic check, check. Et c'est un. Mic check. On 2. Mic check. Testing 1, 2.
Distinguished guests, welcome back. May I kindly invite you to take your seats. We shall shortly resume the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seat. We will start the first panel in 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As Dr. Venerable Kaviraj Sukon highlighted in his keynote address, several national committees have worked diligently since last year to prepare this strategic plan. I now have a pleasure to invite Dr. Shaukat Hojid, who will serve as moderator for the forthcoming presentations. Dr. Hojid. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Emily, Minister. Let us begin where every strong system must begin, with teaching and learning. Because at the heart of this strategy lies a broader ambition to position Mauritius as a global, competitive, and internationally connected higher education system. And that ambition begins in the classroom, whether it's physical or digital. If we are to achieve it, we must ensure that every learner in every institution benefits from consistent, high-quality education. This pillar is about moving from fragmentation to coherence, from access to true quality, and from content delivery to meaningful learning. It is also about empowering our educators, because no reform succeeds without those who bring it to life every day. This is the foundation upon which everything else rests. To share how this foundation will strengthen in practice, let me invite the first panelist, of this pillar, Professor Romila Mohi, Commissioner, Higher Education Commission, for a short presentation.
Honorable Minister, Dr. Kaviraj Sukon, all friends and colleagues, distinguished guests, good morning. My pillar is about teaching and learning. The Honorable Minister has already whetted your appetite, so some of what I'm going to say has been said, and I'm going to give some more details about this pillar, which is the teaching and learning pillar, right? So let us start by looking at the state of enrollment in higher education in Mauritius. When you look at the total enrollment as of 2024, you would see that the growth has been stable over the years, and we've reached around 52,000 students from both public and private. It's true that the public universities have the bigger share, but private and overseas as well play a very important role in our higher education landscape. And as the Honorable Minister mentioned, the TER is 54.7%, which is quite high by regional standards. So although we can say that access is there, but we still do have some challenges when we look at quality, relevance, and consistency. Indeed, when we started the survey last year, we did a survey with all public and private universities, and we did notice a number of challenges at the levels of institutions concerning teaching and learning. There was a significant variation in the academic workload systems. Teaching hours vary. Sometimes we saw like 300 teaching hours, 600 notional hours, and in some universities we even saw 1,600 notional hours. Credit allocation and definition of notional hours vary across institutions. Indeed, in the private sector, we have universities coming from various jurisdictions, be it South Africa, India, Australia, UK, France, and they would adopt Malaysia, and they would adopt various credit systems. But then even in public universities, we notice that some of them would adopt the ECTS, some of them would adopt the SADC credit system, some would have some other kinds of systems. So we developed the National Credit Value Transfer System for that. Teaching and learning quality. Yes, we had quite a lot to see on that, but especially on online learning, as the Honorable Minister said, these vary a lot in the way institutions, staff address the online learning. Some institutions do not have the digital infrastructure, some the staff are not ready enough, so there has been quite a lot of disparity in the way online teaching is being carried out. Limited data on student experience. So one of the first things whenever you look at standards, people look at student experience. It's one of the important criterion. Whenever you are doing a quality code, they would look at student experience. And we had only a few institutions that were currently doing actual surveys on student experience. Graduate tracer study, almost none. One was done some years ago, and it was done like 2 or 3 years after. Graduate tracer study is absent in most universities. There was no standardized sector-wide system reform on assessing the teaching quality and academic support. There was an absence of monitoring systems. So these are some of the challenges. Indeed, we had seen some more. So our aim was to spearhead a system-wide reform that elevates academic standards, modernizes pedagogical approaches, and ensures equity and consistency across all public and private HEAs. The words were quality, relevance, consistency, inclusion. That were the main words, the frameworks that we were looking after. So what were strategic objectives in this pillar of the strategy? Strengthen national quality systems to enhance the quality of teaching, learning, and assessment. Align with international norms and standards. I'm sure most of you are saying, oh my God, again, we have had enough of program accreditation and quality standards. Now we are starting again with that. But we are moving away from program accreditation. We are going towards institutional accreditation. Empower staff to creatively design, teach, and evaluate higher education programs in an AI-led context. You know, we're talking a lot about micro-credentials, digitalization, AI, etc. Ensure the availability of innovative and up-to-date facilities and support systems for improvement of the learning experience, and harmonize norms and standards for higher education. So these were the pillars. We had 4 pillars. One of them was strengthen national quality systems, and we had a number of key actions that have been identified under each strategic pillar. They are in the book and that you can scan through the QR code, so in the strategy. Mainly, the key actions were about developing and implementing a Mauritius quality code, develop and conduct a national student experience survey. We need to know the experience of the student during the journey, from the day the student gets into university until that student leaves and until he or she gets a job as well. Develop and implement a teaching excellence framework. Then under the strategic objective 2, which was about staff and the human capital, the faculty members, develop and implement a coordinated national plan for development. I know all universities have their promotion systems, staff development, but again, this was uneven. Some universities didn't have it like in a structured manner. Establish career pathways for both teaching and research. And this, I have to say, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, we might soon have streams, teaching stream and research stream, something that we have been wanting to do for many years. Ensure strategic pillar 3, ensure availability of innovative and up-to-date facilities, be it digital libraries, be it infrastructure standards, be it classrooms, be it labs, librarians, and implement comprehensive student support services. Very often we forget that the student is at the center of us doing everything in higher education. And the student support services were lacking in many universities. One of them had a very good one, the online one, but the others did have quite a number of gaps. Harmonize norms and standards for research, teaching, learning, and assessment. Define and standardize teaching hours, supervision, and assessment. Develop and implement a national academic workload framework for the HEA. So there are a number of key actions under each strategic pillar. We are going, in the interest of time, not to talk about all of them, but they are all very important, and as the Honorable Minister mentioned, they have been identified after extensive consultation from public and private universities, policymakers, and the regulators, and other stakeholders, students as well. This is one of the table on the selected actions and monitoring. So we've gone beyond just laying what are the strategic pillars of the strategy plan. We've also developed the action plan with clearly indicating inputs, outputs, the lead agency, and what would be the cost estimations. Minister of Finance, I don't know if they're still here, but the first thing they ask how much that would cost. Timeline, and also what are the outcomes, what are the KPIs needed for monitoring and measurement. We tend to do the task, the activities, but we do not follow at the end what has been achieved and what has not been achieved. So we have a number of selected actions and monitoring. And as the Honorable Minister said, we have not waited for the launch of the strategy. We were given instructions that we have to start working as soon as we saw the challenges and wanted to do the implementation at the Higher Education Summit of last year. So we have completed quite a number of actions regarding the development of the National Credit Value Transfer System to ensure credibility, mobility across all universities, the National Micro-Credential Framework, AI guidelines, although it goes into pillar 5, but it's still teaching and learning in higher education. We've moved from program accreditation, and we are very soon starting the institutional accreditation process for all the 7 public HEIs and the 34 private higher education providers. So we will be conducting this accreditation process at the level of the institutions so that by next year we could stop with program accreditation if your institutions have met more or less all the, I would say, criteria of the institutional accreditation process. We are finalizing the academic workload model. We've done a number of mutual recognition agreements with foreign qualification agencies like France, UK, India. Yesterday, the Australian High Commission, I think Yasmina is around, and we've talked with Australia. We are also talking with South Africa, so there are a number of countries with whom we will have direct agreements, and we will not need to go through all the processes regarding when the universities want to come and especially offer collaborative programs with you. The guidelines for approval of foundation courses, as you are aware, Cabinet had agreed that all public and private universities can now run foundation courses, so we came up with the guidelines, and also for the recruitment of international students. We are doing a number of measures in that, like now we are talking about visas for international full-time, part-time, and blended students, so we've worked on that as well. So what are our expected outcomes? Believe me, there's still a lot to be done again. So our expected outcomes at the end, when we would be implementing the tools that we've talked about, would be harmonized academic policies and practices across HEIs, strengthen quality assurance and accountability. So the institutional accreditation process transfers the accountability on universities for all their programs. So it's no longer HEC that will come and say, you're not meeting that or meeting this. So you would need to ensure that the onus, you take the onus to ensure that you meet all the criteria. Improve student experience and learner support, enhance teaching excellence and student-centered pedagogies, and of course, we have a number of measures to attract international students. The way forward, we want a higher education system that is more standardized in teaching, assessment, and contact hours, more student-centered, especially when we are talking about quality of teaching and learning, be it face-to-face, be it online, more student-centered in support and learning experience, more digitally enabled and AI ready. We are going to work on AI guidelines. We have worked on AI guidelines. We have the AI regulations since March. Now we are going on the different schemes to implement these regulations. More internationally benchmarked, more accountable through quality reviews and performance indicators, and especially more responsive to labor market and national development needs, because we constantly hear about graduates being very bright, working very well, but are not really responding to what the labor market or the government priorities and the national priorities. Thank you very much. With these, I would say a big thanks, first to the Honorable Minister for supporting us in this endeavor, and thanks to all members, if I start saying all those who are in my group, but thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to the HEC staff who have been with us all through this journey, and thanks a lot to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohi. Please stay on stage. Yeah. Let me now call 2 Vice Chancellors, Professor Rensburg from Middlesex University Mauritius campus and Professor Kedu from University of Mauritius. Thank you, Professor Mohi, for this elaborated explanation, but I know there is a lot more covered in this section. I have 2 Vice Chancellors here with me, and I want to ask both of them the same question. The amount of reforms that Professor Mohi presented, and we've been working together in the past on this strategy, I wanted to know from you, one public university, one private university, how you're cooperating or collaborating or transforming your institution with regards to teaching and learning? Kavi?
Yeah, actually, as Professor Marie mentioned, the process has already started. We have not waited for the end product because the challenges were already known from the Higher Education Summit itself. So a number of work has already been started. For example, we have the NCVTS, which is already being implemented in all the different universities and at the University of Mauritius as well. So we were having our LCCS, Learner-Centered Credit System, and now we're aligning it with the NCVTS, which will allow mobility of students from different universities. This is the end product of it. We have the, you mentioned about promotion criteria, maybe a reflection I would like to, with your permission, moderator, a reflection I would like to share. The minister mentioned minimum standard this morning. And when it comes to promotion criteria, it comes to academic workload model, we tend to be on the defensive. But let me bring some context here for all my colleagues in the sector. See, maybe it is not present here, but the overarching strategic objective of this higher education strategy is internationalization. You have seen it in the main diagram. That is, we want to attract international students at the same time in order to overcome the challenge of a declining demographic. So this is our main objective. Now, if one institution in Mauritius is doing very good, institution X, and another institution is not doing so well, it defeats the purpose. Because we want to create a brand study in Mauritius. So if an international student is having a bad experience at any X institution, all of us, we will suffer this bad experience. And this will create a bad name for the study in Mauritius. So this is where the minimum standard become very, very important. So this is why we should not fear this minimum standard that we want to establish. It is actually in the interest of all institutions. Okay, and moderator, we are ready for this. We are ready to embark on this initiative of having a minimum standard, at least at the University of Mauritius, and all the other institutions normally will join this movement towards having a minimum standard. Among others, we have the NCVTS. We have not waited the AI guidelines following the HEC national guidelines for AI. We have developed our AI policy to include actually AI in our curriculum, not only in our curriculum, for research, for teaching and learning. So our staff are being empowered in order to use AI in the classroom and even for curriculum development. So these are a few things among others. I have opportunity to add a few more.
So thank you so much again for the opportunity to serve on this panel. We are very fortunate, and I'm coming from Middlesex University, being a branch campus of a UK university. So effectively, we have already submitted our submission for TEF. We are shadowing the REF system, so we already built that capacities. I sometimes think our students have survey fatigue because we get a lot of feedback. We have a tracer study that's administered 6 months after graduation. We have a similar student satisfaction survey that is run in the UK. But you know what, it goes back to the basic foundations, as Kavi said. For us, our workload model has been established. We have AI policies, and we really embed AI already in what we do. So I think it's a mindset as well. These days, if we think AI is futuristic, we are wrong. It's an established practice in the way in which we learn, work, and how we produce knowledge. And we cannot be ignorant to the changes. I fully agree that we need to have minimum criteria in place for all institutions. And I share Kavi's concern there, because if there's a bad apple, unfortunately, it has an effect on the reputation of the sector. And it's very encouraging to see that we are changing our approach to work together as public and private to position study in Mauritius as a leading brand on the African continent. And I think the private sector is ready for this move. We are supportive of this move, and we are ready to position Mauritius where we belong. The Minister said earlier on that there's a lot of areas where we can improve, and I think we need to take hands to get there.
Yeah, I just want also to say that Middlesex University UK has taken the jump after we signed that MOU with QA UK. And there are quite a number of programs like MSc Robotics and others that have not had to have complete accreditation process and procedures. And we used what we had developed with the MOU with QA UK to streamline that. I mean, you can, the other programs as well. Yeah, you have one.
Everyone has taken a mic, but we don't have time. We're not going to go into further question. But the one point that I take in here is the reputation risk of the brand that we are setting. If one student suffers, then the whole brand suffers. So with that, I'll end this session here. I'll move on to the next one. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Building on that foundation, we now turn to the engine of progress, research and innovation. Because a modern higher education system does not only transmit knowledge, it must also create it. And increasingly, that knowledge must stand up on a global stage. This pillar challenges us to move from research that is fragmented to research that is focused, impactful, and aligned with national priorities. It is about ensuring that what we discover translates into better policies, stronger industries, and real solutions for the society. And importantly, it calls for stronger collaboration because innovation does not happen in isolation. To explore how reforms in this pillar matters and how to unlock this potential, let me invite on stage Professor Robin Nunku from the University of Mauritius for a short presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajid, Honourable Minister, all protocol observed. Good morning. The Honourable Minister mentioned a very important element about research this morning that I would like to unpack. So that's the second pillar of the committee that I chaired. So we'll talk a little bit about the importance of research for a small island developing economy like Mauritius, and then the challenges we face and how do we plan to address them through the research strategy. At this small island, politicians, economists, professionals have been talking about we're stuck in the middle income trap. And it's undisputed that if we are to progress socially, economically, it's important that we engage in research. The empirical evidence about the role of research in economic development is very clear. And evidence also suggests that for small island developing economies like Mauritius, research has to become an engine of growth and innovation. Okay. So the other thing that's also very important is that at this stage, we have the political will to change our research system. Okay, the government program, which the Honourable Minister mentioned this morning, clearly articulates the need for research in the economic development of Mauritius. The latest government budget made provision for setting up the NRII that I'll talk about. So we have the political will. We do have resources, although it's limited. It's just a question of leverage the financial and human resources to achieve what we want to achieve in terms of research capacity in this country. However, there are a number of challenges. The first one is the absence of a national research priority. For decades, our institutions, our researchers have been focusing on, have been doing what I call curiosity-driven research. We find a topic, we research it, we publish our paper. The problem with this approach is that those research does not necessarily contribute to the socio-economic development of this country, and they may not align with the national research priority of this country. All countries, Seychelles, for example, Australia, they have officialized the national research priority. It's important that all stakeholders in Mauritius, higher education, ministries, the private sector, the business community, we need to understand over the next 5 years what's going to be the priority of this country, be it in terms of food security, climate change, or agriculture. As long as these are not set, we will engage in what I call fragmented research system. We do very good research, okay? But until and unless we have the bulk of research converging towards a certain economic sector, we will not see the impact. And this is why I've mentioned fragmented research systems and activities that contribute very little to economic development and improving the lives of Mauritians. We also have a problem of research governance. We need a proper governance framework for our research system to function. And that governance framework, I mean, universities, other institutions, they have a governance framework. We're talking about a national government framework that regulates research. Regulating research does not mean controlling research. Regulating research means ensuring quality standards for research. So what do we want to achieve? So what are our objectives? Well, there are many other objectives, but I thought of presenting the main one in here. The first one is ensuring that the research we do impacts on society and the economy and changing the life of people. Everything we see around us, whatever we do, how we understand organization, how we understand the human body is a function of research, right? So research is the DNA of a society. So until and unless through our research, we change the life of people, we aren't going anywhere, and we cannot see research as driving innovation and growth in this country. So we've got the first one, which is to promote impactful research and addresses national priorities. And to this end, we've already set up a process to determine the national research priority through the setting up of the NRRI, and I'll talk a little bit about the NRRI in a minute. We also have got the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework that's coming up, and I'll talk also about the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework. And we've borrowed a little bit from the principles of research impact assessment in Australia, in the UK, but obviously adapted to the Mauritian context, taking into account our sociocultural specificities and environment. The Honourable Minister mentioned quality journals, right? We talk about Q1 and Q2. For those who are not aware of Q1, Q2, they are quality standards for journal. Now, it's important that we do not see quality standards as the end product. The reason we need to have quality standards is to ensure that whatever research we do can only impact society, can only impact economy if that research is sound, if that research is theoretically, methodology, and conceptually rigorous. But who ensures that? This is why we need to have a journal quality system that regulates and monitors research activities. And those are not invented. We have international ranking systems for journals that's already used in many, many countries, many, many universities, so we'll be adapting them to the Mauritian context. And finally, one of the things that's very lacking in Mauritius is the link between academia and industry. And that's also very reflected in World Bank reports, and the World Bank have been very critical about not enough involvement of academia in research activities in collaboration with the private sector, and this is something that we are also going to address. So I'll briefly talk about what are we doing, and as the Honourable Minister mentioned, okay, the Ministry and himself have been very proactive, so I'll talk a little bit about the NRRI and the Higher Education Act. Now, this is the amended Higher Education Act. Okay, as you can clearly see, the Act now makes provision for the Higher Education Commission to set up the Academic Research Committee, and the committee has already been set up. We had our first meeting a couple of weeks back, and the purpose of the Academic Research Committee is to develop the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework. And the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework, to summarize, would basically look at two elements. First, journal quality ranking or quality standards for research. Second, it would also look at societal impact of research. When I talk about societal impact of research, I talk about the impact of our research on policy, on the legal framework. Any research that would change people's life is important for this country. So we are embedding all these elements in the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework, and all institutions will have to abide to the guidelines that will become eventually regulation that all institutions will have to follow. This is the NRII bill. Okay, it's currently, well, not currently now, but it's being debated in Parliament at the moment. The second reading is scheduled to take place in a few weeks' time. Okay, the NRII, obviously, it's a very heavy bill. It's a very comprehensive bill, but I've just provided you with the relevant extract. So as you can see, the NRII will have to come up with national research and innovation priorities. And the way the NRII will determine the national research priorities is through consultation with the private sector, with the civil society, with NGOs, and of course, academia. So everyone has to agree over the next 5 years what the pressing needs of this country. And accordingly, institutions now will have to adapt their incentive system, their research structures towards the NRII. Hopefully we'll see NRI coming to light soon. And you will find that the focus is on evidence-based policy making. Finally, these are two research that we've published. I'm not displaying them because it's publication, because they are highly relevant to what we are doing in here. Both of these articles, one's been published in Quantitative Science Review, the other one, Higher Education Policy, they are related to research assessment in Mauritius. The first one in here, the Global South Strategy, we've developed together with Michael Thelwell, with an informatician, with large language model to evaluate the value of Mauritian research to our economy and society. We are still working on the prompts, and the reason it's Global South, because at the moment, we do not have any guidelines on the basis on which we avoid doing research that's not relevant to the economy. And the second one, we compares academic publishing in 38 small island developing states and how far our publication reflects the socio-economic development priorities of countries. Unfortunately, and Mauritius is not included at the moment, only 4 countries, including Singapore, that does research that reflects national priorities. So we've done quite a lot of work. And so what do we want to achieve? And I talked about the objective earlier on, but in the context of performance-based budgeting, it's important that we talk about the KPIs. So the KPIs is, firstly, the NRII bill is currently being debated, so that in itself is a KPI. So obviously we have no control on when the bill will be voted, depend on debate and discourses in Parliament. The ARC, which is the Academic Research Committee, has already been set up, and we had our first meeting. So once we come up with the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework, institution will have some time, we've provided 2 months in there, that they have to abide to the Mauritius Research Excellence Framework. We also have another objective, as I mentioned, increased quality publication. So the MREF will take into account the quality journal ranking system that all institutions will have to abide as well. And I need to make it clear when, Honorable Minister talk about Q1, Q2, it's important that we understand we have over 30,000 journals in the Q1, Q2 spread over 32 academic disciplines. So what we are asking and what we are making an appeal is that as researchers, let's publish in those journals to bring repute to ourselves, to bring repute to the institution we are working for, and finally to the country. And that international reputation is very important in the context of internationalization, in the context of attracting foreign students and foreign talent. And of course, strengthening academia-industry link, and the NRII make provision, ample provision for the private sector, for the business community to be involved in our research system. There's more to it, but because of time limitation, I'll stop here, but I'll invite all of you to to understand that our point, what do we want to achieve, is research excellence. And how do we define research excellence? Is high quality and impactful research and innovation. Okay, strengthening academia-industry linkages, and finally, institutional strengthening, where we need to have very strong governance framework. And I think history tells us that without strong governance, we aren't going anywhere. More details can be found in the strategy. That's on the ministry's website, so I'll invite all of you to take cognizance of the research strategy. I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nunku. May I now call upon Mr. Kevin Ramkalawan, CEO of Business Mauritius, and Dr. Sarita Hardin Ramanan, Head of Faculty, Charles Taylor Fair Education. On stage, please. Thank you very much for joining me on stage. Let me start with Kevin. Quick question. We've heard in the morning the collaboration between public and private sector, and I think that has been a debate for a long time. Skills development, collaboration into research, turning research into viable businesses, etc. I want to hear from you a narrative, how the collaboration has been going. Is it becoming better? Are we more engaged, or what else needs to be done that we haven't spoken about from the private sector perspective?
Thank you very much. Look, equal, if not in my view, a little bit more importance, is the competitiveness of the country. And I have to bring it back to basics. Mauritius is a small, open economy that exports, and today we have got most of the easy productivity gains that we could have got. What we need to do now is to bring value addition or scale. We can't bring scale to that extent because we're small, we don't have all the resources. So we really need to focus when we talk about competitiveness and attractiveness of this country. Competitiveness is linked to value addition. Theories talk about complexification, about how you integrate quality into various factors of production. I like to keep it simple. It's multi-factor productivity. And multi-factor productivity can only happen through technology, which is applied, or research and innovation is applied. So it's squarely what is being said, and I hope that, and I hear also from Dr. Nunku that the business community, the captains of industry will be participating in it. Already we do at the level of Business Mauritius, and again, I think there's more that can be done there, but the point of research and innovation linking to competitiveness must be clear in everyone's mind. And a lot of what I hear, I'm seeing in the strategy. Obviously, execution in many cases is where, you know, the devil in the details kind of thing, but I trust that we will be able to work together because Business Mauritius and the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Research and the institutions that are connected to it have always been working together. If you allow me just a quick point also, is that as we move forward, we've understood that there is a critical success factor, And we've seen it, for example, in the recent Research Week. You know, you can do Research Weeks and it can be a tick in the box and then, you know, it's fine and we've done it. We will do well on international benchmarks, but did we get value or not? And I really must say that in the latest edition of the Research Week, we saw much more value because we saw connection between projects, between ideas, startups. I don't want to call them startups because they're not startups yet, but in those research ideas, connecting directly to some captains of industry. Now, we've done it at a first go, partnership between the ministry, between the MRIC and Business Mauritius. But what we've learned from it, I think, is the need for further curation. There needs to be curating between what is happening in academia, particularly the forefront research, obviously based on national priorities, and industry to connect faster. Curation always means you can do just a few. So together with curation, we need to really give the due importance to platforms where a broader set of research can be brought in, obviously respecting all the IP, respecting all the confidentiality, but that connection with making that research applied and commercial, I think is key, and we go forward in this. And I'd like to end by saying that I think we can do it because we know how to work together now between business community through Business Mauritius on one side and the institutions of the public sector that work on it, and more, I hope, with academia. For example, what we're trying to do on micro-credentials brings industry and academia closer, but that is one part of the equation. There's much more to be done, and for me, the value, the real value, the enhanced value will be on the research and innovation component. I hope I've answered your question.
You did. Thank you very much, Kevin. So what I hear is continuity and consistency in collaboration, and deepening that collaboration is very important.
And accelerating.
Yeah, thank you. Let me turn to Dr. Ramanan. Quick question, still on national priorities. I want to hear from you how the private sector institutions are doing research related to the national priorities.
Thank you very much for your question, and congratulations on a great pillar for the strategy. I thought it was very impressive. So I am from Curtin, Mauritius, Charles Affaires Education, and I can obviously talk about what is happening at the level of Curtin and at the level of Curtin, Mauritius. And the moment you asked the question, there was one very clear example that came to mind, and that's the example of a Curtin researcher, Professor Christine Erb, who came to Mauritius in 2023. She is an expert in marine bioacoustics. Now, I had no idea this existed, but obviously when she came to Mauritius, or when she came to Curtin, we all understood a little bit more. And she still is part of a wider Curtin-led project called the Quieter Western Indian Ocean. And what her research is about, it's extremely fascinating. Her research is about the impact that noise emitted by ships has on whales and similar species. Absolutely fascinating. So when she came to Mauritius, all of that facilitated by Curtin Mauritius, she set up the Center for, if I remember correctly, I think it's Ocean and Earth Science and Technology, which is by Odisseo in Port-Louis. Set up that center, started her research, collaborated with a number of organizations across Mauritius, the Mauritius Wildlife Foundation, the Mauritius Oceanography Institute, Odisseo, of course, the Oceanarium, and Ebony Forest. So she collaborated with all those institutions, and you know, what her research brought was not only a way to help our marine biodiversity, but it also brought a lot of things in its wake. It brought local expertise. One of the main outcomes were a number of PhDs, but it also focused on what I believe, correct if I'm wrong, Dr. Lanku, but I think it also focused on a clear national priority, which is sustainable ocean governance, directly linked to our blue economy. So I think collaborations, and I think Kevin said it, collaborations, partnerships are extremely key. And private higher education institutions have the power to unlock so many magical doors to wonderful and absolutely exciting research that's directly linked to national priorities and that can ensure that we collaborate with industry to do good. You know, and opening the doors to institutions like Curtin, wider Curtin, can bring so many other fantastic opportunities, whether it's co-publications, whether it's co-supervision, whether it's joint applications for grants. You know, Curtin has or receives an amount of about approximately 100 million Australian dollars of research funding per year. You can imagine, you know, capitalizing on that, how wonderful it would be. And yeah, so there is so much potential in partnership, so much potential in collaboration, and so much potential in collaborating on the national priorities for Mauritius.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I think very important points that you made, collaboration and partnerships, because external partners, when they come to Mauritius, they do have access to external funding that very often Mauritian institutions fail to get. So I think that collaboration with private institution and industry and with institutions in the public sector is essential here.
If I may, the other thing about private higher education institutions is their extremely strong connection with the private sector, with industry. I mean, I see Mr. Rajmakun sitting here. Curtin Mauritius is part of Charles Telfair Education. Charles Telfair Education is part of Eclosia Group. And that, again, extends a vast potential for collaboration with industry. And we're talking a lot about industry-academia partnerships. So again, we can unlock so many doors.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll end this session here in the interest of time. Thank you very much. I'll just hand over two of these education strategy to two of my panelists who haven't received them earlier. That's for you. That's for you. Okay. Thank you very much. This brings us to the people at the center of the system, pathways for lifelong learning. Because in a rapidly changing world, learning cannot be a one-time experience. It must be continuous, flexible, and accessible, especially in a world where skills, talent, and opportunities are increasingly global. This pillar is about building a system with no dead ends, where learners can move across pathways, upskill, and reskill throughout their lives. It is also about breaking the long-standing divides between technical and academic education and recognizing that all forms of learning have value. At its core, this is about inclusion, opportunity, and unlocking the full potential of our human capital. To reflect on how we make this vision a reality, let me invite Dr. Tamal Kumar Chadia, Chairman of Polytechnics Mauritius, for a short presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rojit, Honorable Minister, and all colleagues here present today. So I'll be talking on Pillar 3, which is the pathways for lifelong learning. So I'm Tamal, Polytechnics, the chairperson of Polytechnics Mauritius. So what has been flowing since morning from the previous two pillars was still the gap between academia and industry. So this is where Pillar 3 is going to play a very crucial role in this strategy, where we're going to transform education to make it more seamless, and there is an ecosystem that is going to help everybody. Be it you are in TVET or higher education, you can move forward. We are going to bridge the gap between academia and TVET to ensure that the learner is going to progress very fluid in terms of the pathway that it's going to happen for opportunity, employability, and even contribute to the national growth of Mauritius. So why Pillar 3? This is very important. We want to build that future-ready economy. We want our learners to not face any dead end. Even if you start in a TVET sector, there is always the possibility for you to, then you can move on to academia and even progress further in that pathway. We want Mauritius to have a more adaptable workforce. We are going to talk on micro-credentials a little later, but we want that adaptable workforce. It is going to happen for digital, for green, for blue, and for our creative economy as well. So youth unemployment. This is where we are again going to see that gap. There is a skills mismatch. We have been talking about that since morning. But like Mr. Ramkelawan said, that this is a given. We know there is a gap. So what we are going to do, we are going to design that framework to make that pathway more fluid. Technical education must become a credible first choice. The Honorable Minister has said that in many of his previous speech. We do not want TVET to be like a second choice. We are applying for academia, we don't get a seat, then we move on to TVET. No, we want TVET to be a first choice for our student, not a second choice. And we want lifelong learning, micro-credentials, and even recognition of prior learning and credit transfer to become very essential for that continuous upskilling. I should say that under the observance of Higher Education Commission, 6 universities in Mauritius, we are already working on a pilot. University of Mauritius, University of Technology, University of Mascarai, even Polytechnics Mauritius. We are already collaborating with the private sector where we are co-designing and we are going to co-deliver micro-credentials as well. So let's go on to very selected objective from the strategy. So we want to build an integrated flexible qualifications ecosystem. So it has to be clear for everybody how you're going to move from TVET to higher education and all the pathways that are available. We want it to be clear, set up in that national qualifications framework. This is going to be providing a seamless progression between TVET, higher education, like we've been saying earlier, to have that clear for everybody. Now, strategic objective 2, a selected one as well, we want to align all our programs so that they evolve with industry. This is very crucial for micro-credentials. We want industry to support, to sit together where we are going to co-design the program to satisfy the industry in terms of the economic or human resource needs. And of course, we need that strong partnership so that there is a relevance, employability, and responsiveness to emerging sectors and technologies. The Honorable Minister mentioned that. It was mentioned in the budget last year. Everybody, all the higher education institutions, now it is compulsory to have an AI module in all the courses. So we are aligning with our national priorities as well. Strategic objective 3. So we want to transform the delivery model towards flexible, learner-centered, and lifelong learning pathways. That is going to include modular, work-based, and digitally enabled formats that is going to widen access and, of course, continue supporting that upskilling. We want to also, the strategy, what is going to happen, is going to strengthen quality, attractiveness, and credibility of technical education. This is aligning with what we said earlier. We want technical education to be the first choice for our student. Through robust standards, modern infrastructure, and of course an innovative, driven learning environment. We are working towards that to have an harmonized student information system across all our universities. We also want a unified learning management system across all our universities. So to get all these happen, we need to support, the ministry is going to support in terms of infrastructure development as well. So now what we are expecting in terms of the short-term, medium-term, or even long-term. So in the next 1 to 5 years, we are looking to have the unified NQF, the National Qualifications Framework, that is going to be there and enable that seamless progression between TVET education and even micro-credentials. Micro-credentials, like I said, it's already here in Mauritius. 6 pilot is already on. And even in Rodrigues, Polytechnics Mauritius has already started discussion with the private sector in Rodrigues to continue with the development of micro-credentials. Industry aligned. employment-focused TVET. We want it to be more aligned with the industry. Whatever we are going to design, we are going to deliver. It's going to be between academia and industry. We're going to co-design and co-deliver our courses. That is going to have measurable employability by year 10. Flexible and lifelong learning pathways. So we want to have a scaled adoption of modular, work-integrated, and digitally enabled learning with will participation and micro-credential uptake expanding significantly by year 5 and maturing by year 10. The Honorable Minister, the Ministry has even, they are already looking forward to have a micro-credential register. We do not want the micro-credentials just to float around. We want a proper register where students are going to check their micro-credentials. There can be the credit transfer system between universities as well. So to see that the process has already started. And some actions and monitoring with regard to Pillar 3. We want to review and modernize the NQF. So how are we going to be measuring that? The percentage of higher education institutions and tertiary education institutions that are going to be aligned with the revised NQF. We also want to develop and implement a tertiary education quality assurance mechanism. So how much programs are going to align with that minimum quality assurance? So this is how we're going to be monitor that. We are going to introduce, which has already been introduced since last year, it is already in the Education Act as well, the micro-credentials, and we are going to move with the digital badges. That is going to be supported with a more robust learning management system where our students can have their digital badges across all their learning platform. We also want to establish articulation pathways and credit transfer system. Like we've said, between universities, you can still have that national credit transfer system. And how many HEIs is going to be moving on that? This is what we're going to be monitoring as well. We're going to implement work-integrated learning and learn and earn schemes. So the percentage of learners that are participating in this component, we're going to develop industry-aligned programs, apprenticeship, COOP, licensing as well. So how many programs and licenses are going to be issued by the ministry or HEC? Position tertiary education as a high value and still a very attractive pathway, which we want to make it a first choice. So the growth in the enrollment across TVET. And we are going to introduce advanced learning technologies. Artificial intelligence, already introduced last year in the budget, already being implemented across all universities. Augmented reality, virtual reality, digital platform, metaverse. You see, that could happen. We are still having these AI, VI, AR, but metaverse is also going to be a big thing in terms of education, where students are going to have their own avatar. They're going to be sitting somewhere. All their colleagues, their friends from the school, they are going to have their own avatar. And the teacher also, they are all going to be in a room which is going to be fully metaverse. So we are working on to that. So how many institutions are going to go with that upgrading of the infrastructure to support these types of artificial intelligence as well and emerging technologies? So yeah, that was my last slide. So just to conclude, Pillar 3 is the pathway for lifelong learning. We want to empower all our students, all the Mauritian people. We want to empower everybody to keep learning, evolving, and thriving throughout their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chadia. Let me now call on stage Mr. Raj Makun, Program Director at Eclosia Group and former CEO of Business Mauritius, and Professor Hemant Chitu, Director General of University of Technology Mauritius. Raj, let me start with you, and this is a discussion we've been having since a long time, skills development. Now that we're here, there's a lot of discussion about creating pathways for people from TVET to move to degrees. I want to hear from you, from the private sector perspective, whether that's correct, whether that pathways needs to be created, because we also hear that in the private sector, many of the employees that is required does not really need a degree. We need technical person more than degree level person. So I want to hear your feeling on what we are discussing here.
Okay, thank you. Hello, thank you, Shaukat. Thank you. I mean, the question is, do we need a lifelong learning strategy? The answer is definitely yes. It's urgent, and really would like to thank the Ministry of Higher Education for this strategy and this roadmap. To come back to Pillar 3 in terms of lifelong learning, today, if you look at the context in Mauritius, most companies, and we know that 80% of employment, they are by companies, are undermanned by about 15%. They need around that. They are undermanned. It's having an impact on productivity, it's having an impact on growth. We have an aging population, which is today itself a challenge. And in the presentation, we've seen some of the issues regarding youth unemployment, the NEETs. I think we are losing every cohort about 6,000 NEETs, neither in education, nor in employment, nor in training. And they're almost lost, having a discussion sometimes back with the World Bank on the NEETs. They call them the lost generation. And we are trying to see where they are, how to look at them, how to deal with them. It's a major challenge. So there's no doubt today, if you look at the economy, and more especially, we are in the middle income trap. So given those points, the maturity of the economy of Mauritius today with a per capita income around 12,000 USD, with aging populations, with low productivity, and with the need to innovate, to grow, lifelong learning is a must, is urgent, and it's very important. What are the challenges? And we welcome definitely those pathways mentioned in terms of the legal regulatory framework, in terms of having the quality framework assurance, in terms of the seamless change from technical education to higher education. The major challenges, according to me, will be in terms of how do we mobilize those who are practitioners, companies, HR, to be able to craft the needs so that they can translate those needs with those supplying that education, that training, and then graduating that training from vocational to higher education. And this, to my mind, is a work which needs to be done in Pillar 3, because that will unleash really the full impact of the lifelong learning strategies, expectations, and we have no choice. I mean, as I was saying in my opening remarks, most companies today are undermined by 15%, and they are importing labor, and they are importing skills. So how do we create a pipeline in our labor to meet the challenges of the economic state that we have reached, to have innovation and to have the skills to make it up, So it's clear that having the right regulatory framework will be very, very important. But the challenge will be to get the practitioners to understand and how to convert their needs into training, into training needs which can be captured and transferred and implemented. And we'll be very happy. I mean, I was sharing with Kevin, it's very important that the industry be part of that ecosystem. The ecosystem, it will be more than just the regulatory part, the policy part, the legal part, very important, but how do we convert it will be very important. So this is a bit, I think, the challenge which we will have to make Mauritius reach the next level of economic development. you know, to move from where we are today at 12,000 USD per capita to a higher income economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. I hear you say it's a must, it's urgent, but there are challenges. Let me go to Professor Chitu and ask that question. What is the institutions doing with respect to the challenges that is mentioned by Raj? What role do you think that higher education institution would play in that aspect?
There has always been efforts to try to bridge that gap between academia and industry. I think it starts with training needs analysis, if you want. That's the what the theory says and what the model says. You have to start with what the market needs, and then document it, and then design programs, etc., in accordance with those needs. We had, the UTM Act had been amended sometimes 2014 to accommodate for that, to have industry-academia collaboration. But now I think we have moved one step further by having the National Curriculum Development Committee, which is an industry-academia collaboration, which is there. I think I would rather answer the question that was left blank by Mr. Rajmakun. How do we bridge the gap? Right? I believe we have to learn from models that are happening, that exist elsewhere. Japan is a country that has légiféré, if I can use the term, to make lifelong learning part of their law, right? Government formulates the policy, and the provincial governments come up with implementation plans. So it is compulsory. Right? I think Mauritius, we don't have that model. Right? I think that the other close model could be the Singapore model that we can get inspired with. Singapore has got a model whereby people who are 25, they get a 500 Singaporean dollar skills future credit. That is, they can go on for training of their choice, not necessarily determined by employers. Right? And when they reach 40, they get another line of credit, which ensures that they always have credits available to keep on reskilling, upskilling, etc., irrespective of the employer they employ with. So they build in that way a portfolio of skills. Right? And then there's the German model, which could be relevant to Mauritius. We need to have flexibility of movement between universities and vocational training institutes. For instance, you may do 1 year in university, 2 years in vocational, come back for a 4th year, and you get the same degree. Right? What the private sector is looking, I'm sure they are looking for competence, and people who would be willing to upskill, reskill, etc., etc. As you know, skills in our time are becoming irrelevant almost every 5 years. So no doubt, lifelong learning is a necessity. Now, what we are doing at the level of university, as I said in the beginning, yes, there are training needs analysis, there are consultations with private sector, industry, etc. We design the programs. But again, university being university, the force of gravity to make the programs academic of a certain level, etc., rigorous in terms of exams, research, publications, is so high that we fail to see that we may not be really building competence. Efforts are there, but we have to improve. Alors, we have to build our own model, maybe not necessarily copy German, Japanese, or Singaporean model. At the same, we have the HRDC funded system whereby 1.5%, if my memory is right, is levied, and but that tends to be employer driven, because the employer will allow employees to go for training whereby they can recoup 70% or whatever. We have the recognition of prior learning, which is in place on paper. To what extent it is effective, I think we have to work more in close collaboration with the national and national qualifications framework. And now we have, I think the minister has been very visionary in putting in place this national micro-credentials framework, which is, I think, closer to the Singapore model, whereby the employee may choose in what area well, if they can do it in consultation with employers, so much the better. In what areas they need competence, and in collaboration with universities and industry, that they be allowed to accumulate micro-credentials, and a portfolio of micro-credentials can possibly give you entitlement to a certificate or a diploma, in which case we also borrow from the German model, allow that movement across. And again, if my memory is right, government has put some 550 million euro. Now, I come specifically what UTM is doing. We have, I think, just like Professor Kedu mentioned earlier, we have made fundamentals of AI compulsory for all university students. But then you still have non-university students who are more than the university students, so we need to bridge that. I think Mauritius can go for a hybrid model. A lot are being done. We need to strengthen the ecosystem. I think the term is get the ecosystem right. With that, thank you, Saukat, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Herman. Yeah. I like one sentence when you said the pathway should be not only from TVET to degree courses, but the other way around as well, to give value to vocational training, equal value to mainstream. And in the strategy, if you recall, we've also been talking about industrial PhDs, so people can move to have PhDs in vocational training. I'll give you, if you want, a last word. And then
yeah, I'm sorry. There's just a point I would like to add. I think in the ecosystem that was mentioned, I think there will be need, to my mind, which I haven't gone through the whole of the report, but in terms of the funding part of how HRDC can be part of this route. And I think there's a need for a more integrated way so that the ecosystem become effective, because there is, of course, a funding part, and there is a contribution by companies, the 1.5% levy, which has been used. I think this also can be sort of used to encourage sort of real skilling, in the sense that then movement for lifelong sort of journey. I haven't seen that bit in the ecosystem. I don't know whether there has been discussion, but it's a very humble plea that it could add in the mise en œuvre of the whole pillar number 3. And it's quite urgent, and there are resources.
Raj, and I'll have to stop here. Okay, quick, please.
There's the possibility for, well, when we say value addition, we will be more through research and innovation. I think the country should really explore the DPA formula. Not necessarily publication in Q1, Q2, we are making a lot of noise about that, but applied research that will solve industry-related problems. Applied research in oceanography, applied research in blue economy, applied research in anything, whereby life science, in any area. This is something we need to explore instead of pure academic PhDs. And then industry buys those ideas.
Sure.
That is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you very much. Let me give a copy of the strategy to Raj, because you haven't received one yet. And thank you very much, panel members. Thank you. Thanks. Take care, Raj. Thanks. Having strengthened our system internally, we now look outward to our place in the world. Science diplomacy is where this strategy fully connects Mauritius to the world. Because today knowledge is global, no country can innovate or progress in isolation. The pillar positions Mauritius as a connector, a partner, and a trusted platform for international collaboration. It is about leveraging science and research to strengthen partnerships, attract talents and investment, and expand our global influence. Mauritius has unique advantages: stability, connectivity, and credibility. And this pillar allows us to translate those into real opportunity. To share perspective on how Mauritius can lead in this space, I now invite on stage Professor Tishan Bauran, Executive Director, MRIC.
Thank you, Shaukat. Honorable Minister, yes, we're going to talk about science diplomacy, pillar 4 of the National Strategy Plan. It used to be a buzzword. It's no longer a buzzword. It has become reality. In fact, we have been collaborating scientifically through our various institutions for years. Science collaboration, in fact, advances what we call as shared knowledge. We build infrastructure, resources through science collaboration. But science diplomacy uses that particular collaboration to advance what we call international relation and also policy actions. So this is an important pillar within our particular framework. And we should put ourselves the question, why do we need science diplomacy within the national strategy framework? Indeed, Mauritius has a lot of challenges, unique challenges, and if we look globally, holistically, we have challenges which are shared with other countries as well. With regards to Mauritius, we have the climate change vulnerabilities as a small island developed state. We have economic vulnerability. Brain drain is a big problem. Health issues. When we talk about health issues, diabetes, we are at 22% of death, diabetes. And for each diabetic patient, we have one pre-diabetic. Cancer, some years back, we were around 9%. Today, we're talking about 12 to 13% of death related to cancer. Diseases of the circulatory system, 33% of the population die of stroke, circulatory diseases. Health issues, important ailments. We have global issues now with the war, again, increasing global issues. Energy security, water resources. So with these backgrounds, these issues, these challenges, science diplomacy has a major role to play. So this brings, I would say, opportunities. The sky is the limit in terms of opportunities for science diplomacy. I have highlighted some few of them. For instance, with regards to global problem solving, knowledge access, regional leadership, attraction of investment. Indeed, a big chunk. When we talk about investment in research and innovation, Professor Nunku highlighted various aspects of challenges in regards to research and innovation. But we should bear in mind that we have only 0.23% of our GDP related to funding for research and innovation for Mauritius. This is 10 or even 15 times less countries like Singapore. The money is not maybe here to some extent, but the money is lying there outside. And science diplomacy can play a major role in attracting investment. I will talk afterwards about Horizon Europe. So what are the strategic objectives that we gave? And I would like to thank my committee members of science diplomacy. Try to carve the strategic objectives with regards to science diplomacy. We have, first of all, institutionalized diplomacy to establish formal structures of science diplomacy. with the aim to foster international relations, forging of partnerships. This is extremely important. STI partnerships. I will talk about an initiative that we are putting in place with regards to actions. Developing infrastructure. We would need to build robust innovation ecosystems. We are doing so at the level of the MRIC. Most of you have been watching the National Innovation Challenge, trying to get ideas from nooks and corners of the country to bring up, to develop into entrepreneurship initiatives. We're trying, and indeed people are coming up. We are having our schemes, private sector, public sector schemes, funding of research, so as to have, I would say, tangible outcomes. But we need also partnerships from outside. Strengthen human capital. One of the ways is via our diaspora. Lots of people, lots of competences are lying there, outside, growing. Some of them would like to come back to the country. We would like to have a pathway for our diaspora as well, and also to be a lead in SIDS innovation, Small Island Development States innovation, because we are unique, and with our country partners or other islands, we can regionalize partnerships. We have done so with a regional innovation challenge under the TwinX projects, Waste to Energy. This has happened, and this can happen again under science diplomacy. Yes, we need reforms to put in place science diplomacy infrastructure. We have come up with the idea of setting up a National Science and Innovation Diplomacy Council, first instance, to develop national science diplomacy strategy, because we would like to have a strategy, just like we have a strategy now for higher education, tertiary education, research. Science diplomacy needs also a tangible strategy. Operationalizing a Bureau for Innovation Scouting and Extension. We have a lot of things happening elsewhere in the world where the techniques have already been done. Technologies are lying there. We don't want to invent the wheel again here in Mauritius. We can bring these techniques on a pilot basis and share it with the private public sector. So, scouting and extension. Develop Science Diplomacy Training Academy and modules. This will be part of our initiative. And indeed, just like the successes we had with the National Innovation Challenge, the Regional Innovation Challenge, we can extend and have island innovation challenges or regional innovation challenges in various fields innovation. Well, these are bills, strategies that have to be put in place with the help of our parent ministry, and indeed, cost estimation. If we want something tangible, we would need to invest. Our minister knows it. And if we have representative of the Ministry of Finance, please take note. If we do not have investment, this will remain as slides. We would need money, we would need people, we would need resources to move ahead. Timeline, well, all will depend on the budget. We have already put in the next MRIC budget some of these items which we want to develop. Indeed, the expected outcomes are related to the previous slide in terms of the council, the strategy, the Bureau for Innovation Scouting, the Training Academy, sustained bilateral and international collaboration, regional innovation challenges, and also the diaspora initiative. Some actions have already been underway at the level of the MRIC and at the level of the ministry. We are setting up the basis of the Scouting, Innovation Scouting Extension Unit at the Council. We are bidding right now for hosting the SADC Center of Excellence on STI. We just saw and have a possibility to participate in the NAM Science and Training in Science Diplomacy. We have made proposals in the next budget for science diplomacy to cater for some of the items I alluded to. Consultations for bilateral and multilateral collaboration. This is ongoing with our international initiatives at the level of the MRIs. And indeed, exploring the possibility and extending on whatever we have achieved so far in terms of innovation challenge exercises. Just a word on Horizon Europe. Our Honorable Minister usually alludes to the fact that there is more than 95.5 billion euros lying in the Horizon Europe program 2021-2027. So we still have 1.5 years to go. Personally, on a personal note, I would like to share the fact that I have earned quite a lot of funding nationally for research and innovation. These were, I won't say easy to get, but accessible. I must confess, when I look at the papers, at the application forms for Horizon Europe, these are indeed quite complicated. And most probably this is why we do not have many applications from our fellow researchers. But at the level of the MRIC, we are trying to handhold, we are trying to assist by having awareness sessions and even workshops which are coming up, how to write these applications, how to indeed come up with tangible proposals that would earn us international funding. So this is also in the pipeline with regards to MRIC activities. I'm finishing, Shaukat. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and indeed, I would like to say that science diplomacy, despite having a buzzword connotation, is highly important in our national strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bauran. Now let me call on stage Mrs. Nandini Gopala, OIC Mauritius Institute of Biotech Limited, and Professor Yashwant Rama, Deputy Director General, University de Mascarenhas. Let me start with Mrs. Gopala very quickly. Quick question. We know that biotech is becoming the new frontier of the country. I want to hear from you, how do we go and make biotech the new frontier? What is required and where we are? And MIBL has been in existence for a long time. What is the way forward?
Let me start by saying Mauritius follows a universal principle. Science automatically does not create new economic pillars. We need to deliberately be able to link it to economic strategy. And how do we do that? Well, one of the first things would be to align scientific and innovation strategy with economic strategy. This has been established now. It's creating the linkages between industry and academia. Again, we've been hearing that throughout the day. We need infrastructure. We need to build on those existing things to be able to bring that to the forefront. Science, and more particularly biotechnology, for Mauritius represents a scientifically grounded and a sector that already has strengths, where there is potential and there is competitivity. It's no more a question of whether science or biotechnology matters. It's more of a question, can Mauritius move fast enough to be part of that rapidly evolving biotechnology sector globally? At the level of MIBL, we look at biotechnology through different pillars. And I'm going to touch upon one of the pillars that may seem a little bit sensitive sometimes. I'm going to talk about preclinical. In Mauritius, for some reason, when we talk about preclinical, animal testing jumps to the mind. This is a very small portion of what preclinical is. The whole segment of doing lab research and then doing computer modeling to finally use animals only when you're not having enough data is a segment where we are truly competitive. Because at the moment, yes, we are exporting, and there is interest for companies to move here and develop the full chain. So are we going to wait, or are we going to jump on that wagon? The other segment is precision medicine, clinical trials. Again, this is something where we already have strengths, and this can definitely move to further strengthen the economic frontier. When you look at agricultural biotechnology, if you tell a youngster today, go in the fields and work the land, there's not much interest. But when you involve technology, you involve using a mobile phone to control how much light is needed, how much water is needed, including satellite data, it becomes attractive. So again, biotechnology plays a part in all of that. How do we reconcile science diplomacy with all of that? At the level of MIBL, we're already doing that work. It was announced last week that through our collaboration with Colossal Biosciences, one of the Mauritian students will be able to travel to Dallas for an internship. I'm pleased to announce today that we have secured a second internship for a Mauritian in genetic engineering. This is applied diplomacy. When we talk about science diplomacy, there's two faces to it. One is diplomacy for science, and the other one is science for diplomacy. And we're looking at both segments there. We are part of consortiums for marine biotechnology, international consortiums, where we're trying to secure funds from the Global Green Climate Fund. So we're talking high-level funding there, where we've already presented the project to UNDP last week through our ICOM there. So this is already ongoing work. The window for Mauritius is narrow. And it's not just a question of, the difference will not just be policy. It will be leadership. It will be vision. It will be strategy, which we have set today. And from observation and word of mouth, life sciences is one of the few sectors in Mauritius where we see women, not just in middle management, but in leadership. So for me, biotechnology does not only represent a new economic frontier, it represents economic diversification and at the same time, gender equality.
Thank you, Mrs. Gopal. And I'm very happy that you mentioned gender, because that's one of the cross-cutting themes in the strategy that we have. Let me go to Professor Sharma and ask a simple, direct question. How is UDM promoting science and STI in your institution?
Thank you for this question. Well, I would say that in the past there has been quite a number of issues. So with the proper sort of infrastructure that now we are thinking, bringing in, and also a change in mindset, because basically most of the problems that any institution have, basically in addition to financial or infrastructure, is the mindset of people. How do we guide people to think along one direction rather to be pulling on one side and the other side and remaining static? So this is something that, and I would agree with what the Honorable Minister and the Commissioner of HEC mentioned about the monitoring. So you may have good policies, you may have good plans, and here I refer to the Peter Drucker, who mentioned about plans may be intentional unless they can be turned into hard work. So the people should be the focus. So what type of monitoring do we put in place in the institution that is the most important? And this is something that we have started and sort of thinking. And I would also say that the National Research Week that the Minister has set up eventually, where institutions can make, staff can discuss about, I think this is also one of the various aspects that can bring that change of mindset.
Thank you very much, Professor Rama. In the interest of time, we are running behind time of 10, 15 minutes. I'll stop the session here so that we can take the next session. Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention, and I think Mrs. Kapala is working on a bill for biotech, and that's probably coming up soon. That's a work in progress, right? Thank you. Thank you very much, panel members. I'll just hand 2 copies to 2 of my panel members who do not yet have a copy of the strategy. Thank you. You have one, right? Thank you very much. And then that brings us to the enabler of everything that we have discussed so far, digitalization and AI excellence. Because whether it is teaching, research, lifelong learning, or global engagement, all of it now depends on how effectively we harness technology. This pillar is about moving from fragmented system to a fully integrated, intelligent ecosystem. It is about using digital tools and AI to personalize learning, improve efficiency, and support better decision-making. At the same time, it reminds us that transformation must be inclusive, ensuring that no one learner or institution is left behind. Because in today's world, digital capability is not just a national asset, it is a key determinant of global competitiveness. To explore how we position Mauritius at the forefront of digital transformation, I'll now invite Mr. Ashwan Doma, Chairperson of the Study in Mauritius Committee, to give a short presentation. Ashwan.
Thank you, Dr. Rojid, the Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, colleagues, and all protocols observed. So it is a privilege for me to present pillar number 5, which is one of the main pillars in the higher national strategy, digitalization and AI excellence, which is being operated by a unified, interoperable digital ecosystem, equipping every educator and every learner with the tools of the modern age. Mauritius stands at a junction at this point in time. And if we are to position ourselves as a global education hub, we must fundamentally transform how our system operates. So why this pillar and why now? Today, our system faces structural challenges. Like we know, we have fragmented digital platforms across institutions. Not every higher education institution have an LMS or an SIS. We have continued reliance on manual and paper-based processes. You know, the blue files, the red files coming to you to sign. We have limited use of AI and data analytics for decision-making. And a student journey that is far from being seamless, especially for international students. As highlighted in our national strategy, digitalization efforts remain fragmented and poorly aligned, which directly undermines the ability to compete globally. So the question is whether we digitalize or not. No. The question is how fast and how strategically we transform to build a unified, intelligent digital ecosystem that enhances learning, improve decision-making, and enable global connectivity. The ambition of the pillar is grounded on 4 main components. Firstly, to build a unified, intelligent, and student-centric digital platform by way of integrating the learning management system, the student information system, and the ERPs, the enterprise planning, resource, and digital platforms. Secondly, we want to digitalize the student cycle by streamlining the application, admissions, visa applications, and services that are being offered for international students especially. Thirdly, we want to enhance the AI-enabled teaching, learning, and research by introducing personalized learning, like the minister just mentioned, about formulating an avatar for each and every student that they have, to bring analytics and early warning system. In case anyone is going to fail, they have to be notified well before. Fourthly, we want to promote digital inclusion and access by way of providing top-notch connectivity and digital skills. This is not digitalization, it is a system redesign. So, let me be clear. We have all been hearing about the study in Mauritius. The study in Mauritius is not only a brand. The study in Mauritius is not only a unified platform, but it is a powerhouse in itself, which is bringing transformation for our higher education sector. Digitalization is the foundation of the internationalization. So to become a global education hub, Mauritius needs to offer a seamless digital journey, real-time updates, a single trusted entry point for everyone to apply, a world-class user experience. Today's students compare countries the way they compare platforms. So we have to be good on speed, on simplicity of application, and on transparency. And this is precisely where the flagship Study in Mauritius initiative becomes a reality and also transformational. The Study in Mauritius is being positioned as a digital backbone by highlighting it as a centralized digital portal serving as a single national gateway for the student. So basically, the student in Mauritius will offer a unified way to apply for the courses that you want to follow in our institution, for the admission, for the visa processing, and the payment as well. And we will offer services for having, let's say, student accommodation services as well on the system. So this eliminates fragmentation and creates a seamless and end-to-end student journey. The Study in Mauritius will not be only a portal, it will be the digital front door of Mauritius, a one-stop platform. So, like the Honorable Minister has already unveiled the logo, so here it is, under the 3 main topics: learn, explore, and succeed, as the tagline says. So we learn, you want to come to Mauritius, you learn, you explore Mauritius, and you succeed here itself. So, in the most secure, most stable, and most inclusive knowledge-based economy, which we are offering here in Mauritius. We are trying to move digitally towards an integrated LMS, like we have just mentioned, the shared cloud-based platform, a digital ecosystem for every institution, which will try to position Mauritius as a regional education hub, among others. Like I mentioned, the Study in Mauritius is not only the unified platform that we are going to bring, it's also a branding of Mauritius, of the higher education institution. So I would like to put on record that we had our first education fair last February, where all the higher education institutions, the public and private, took part. And this was a flagship national initiative that aims to put Mauritius as a premium destination for the higher education through internationalization, which is a cross-cutting theme in our strategy. So as we see that work has already been started, we went to Zambia and Zimbabwe, and this has proven very beneficial to our sector in terms of the leads that all the universities have got, and in terms of the aspiration of the international student who wish to come to Mauritius. One thing that I think I need to share, when we were there, it was in Zimbabwe, the main and the highly demanded courses that they were asking for was medical, AI, and engineering. So I think that we should cater our curriculum on this basis as well. And one thing which also struck me, and I think every one of you, that in Zimbabwe, the higher education sector is one of the highest performing sector contributing to the GDP of that country. So this is where we want to position Mauritius in the coming 10 years. Before outlining what we will do further, so it is important that we highlight what we have already done. So basically, we have launched the guidelines on the responsible use of AI in the higher education sector to make Mauritius a regional pioneer in responsible AI governance. And as you all know that each university has to embed one mandatory AI module in their program, which has already been started back in the start of this year. Secondly, we have embarking on the Frugal AI project, which is promoted by the Commonwealth of Learning, and we are assisted by the Higher Education Commission. So it will focus on deploying affordable, locally deployed AI system, small open source model, and solutions that run on low-cost infrastructure. So basically here, we want to bring AI to our data, meaning that we want to have our student data remains secure in Mauritius. We want to reduce dependence on foreign platform, and we want to protect privacy. The third one that we have just launched last week at the Open, I won't say launch, but we did an event to launch the Leap Space AI research tool, which will provide researchers and students with access to high quality global research. Then we have initiated steps to digitalize the entire workflow process. Like we want to shift from manual to fully AI system, like eliminating the files that we are trying to approve in hand. Next, the Study in Mauritius portal will be a reality very soon. And not last but the least, the Data Lake initiative, which is being handled accordingly by the Higher Education Commission. So in parallel, we are building a national data lake initiative because today data exists, but they are in silos. So we want to have a centralized data for all HEIs, which will promote a unified national view of the higher education sector. We want to have a real monitoring of key indicators and to enhance it, by the way. And we want to have an advanced analytics and predictive modeling, which will be used to streamline data and dashboards. So I will go just briefly, shortcut. I know you're hungry, so I will just try to finish. Let us see some selected reforms and the expected outcomes. So firstly, it will be the Study in Mauritius centralized data portal, which will significantly improve processing time, student experience, and visibility of Mauritius, because today experience is competitiveness. Secondly, the unified digital infrastructure across HEIs by bringing on the learning management system in every institution, be it public or private, in order to improve efficiency, better coordination, stronger governance, and a consistent digital experience across the higher education sector. Thirdly, we want to have the AI integration in teaching, learning, and administration. Like, we want to have an avatar for each and every student. We have to implement the personalized learning that the minister always say, because we have to tell the student, yes, you are going to fail in a module well before he's going to fail. So we are trying to embed AI across the system to have personalized learning pathways, to identify at-risk students at an early stage, and to support both academic and administrative decision-making. So this is allow us to move from a reactive model to a predictive and proactive system. Last but not the least, that we want to implement is the blockchain-based digital credentials. Like you know, the trust is everything that is counted in the daily life now. So, and one of the most important of it is to provide trusted qualification and certification around our institution. So, by using blockchain technologies, we will try to provide a secure, tamper-proof, and instantly verifiable qualifications. We are starting this project, I think, at the Open University of Mauritius, and it will go on across all the higher education institutions. So, the selected KPI actions, how are we going to monitor? Like we see, the PFHEA is not just aspirational. We are going to monitor each and every KPIs that we have now. So the Steady Mauritius Central platform will monitor the percentage of application and visas which are processed digitally. We'll monitor the reduction in processing time and the overall student satisfaction. In terms of the LMS, SIS, and NLPs, we'll try to monitor the percentage of HEIs which are using the integrated system, the level of process digitalization, and the reduction in manual processing. In terms of the embedded AI across teaching and learning, we'll try to monitor the percentage of students being supported by the AI tool with improved retention and the student success rate. For the blockchain, the percentage of credentials that is being issued digitally, the verification that is being done on time, the adoption by institution and employees. So just to conclude, this pillar will cover everyone, the student, the institution, and the nation, and will try to position Mauritius as a regional hub for higher education institution. With the Steady Mauritius as our digital gateway, we are building a system that is connected, intelligent, and globally competitive. And through this transformation, Mauritius will not just participate in the future of higher education, we will try to shape it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwan. Let me now invite my two other panelists on this pillar, Dr. Dinesh Swarup, Director General, Open University of Mauritius, and Mr. Kaviraj Outdoor, System Engineers, Open University of Mauritius. Thank you very much, Dr. Swarup and Kaviraj for being here. Very quick question. How is digitalization and AI transforming student life to you, Dr. Swarup?
Thank you very much, Shaukat. First of all, if you want to become a global education hub, the experience of international students should be seamless from the first click to graduation. Now, we need to see what are the different challenges that the students are facing. First, probably, is the fragmented system. So different universities has a portal for application. When an international student is applying for a seat, they are going through all these portals. And in most of the cases, we have a certain batch of universities opening their application at a certain point of time. And internationally, the results are coming up at a different point of time. So by the time some of the countries are releasing the secondary results, all the application deadline is closed here. And the student has to navigate in the portal of the different universities. So this is one issue. The second issue is the complexity of the different processes, application and also the visa application. And probably the third challenge that we have is lack of real-time information or tracking, be it on the application for a seat or the visa application. So how AI and digitalization is going to unlock these challenges? If you look at a student life cycle, we can break it down into 3 components. One before they join the university, during the application, one when they are at the university, and after the graduation. So if we look at the different strategic objective that has been presented here, by having the Study in Mauritius portal and integrating a portal specifically where international students can come in and make the application that goes to the different university, this is going to enhance the process. And at the same time, we need to provide a real-time update. Before they join the university itself, they have to apply for visa. And it is very cumbersome, although the PIU is doing a good job due to lack of resources or some regulatory restriction. It is not as fast as it is. Currently, it is 2 weeks to 3 months. And how the digitalization can unlock this challenge is through having a digital application. I think that EDB is currently working on digitalization of the visa application, where it is going to be integrated in the e-licensing platform. And this is going to greatly impact positively on the application. So those are the solutions how AI can assist, digitalization can assist before the student join. Now, when the student join the university, we are all different. Similarly, all the students are different. What we are doing, we are having the same material, the same content, the same mode of delivery, and the same format we are giving it to the student. So each student has a different level of assimilative capacity and different understanding of things. So what we are doing by giving them the same material in the same format, some of them are lacking behind. And many students are suffering, often suffering and failing silently without being identified in the system. By having an AI-powered tools, a learning management system, we can easily track their engagement patterns, their performance, and their irregularities that can be flagged to the program managers or lecturers and send a message to the student as well so that we can mitigate it at the right time. Similarly, we need to have personalized learning. I think it has been mentioned here. This is very important because, you know, different students have different way of learning. Probably some student cannot solve complicated problem directly. We need to start with a less complex one, and gradually we move to the next level of complication. So if we integrate AI, AI can assist, without replacing the lecturer, can assist in giving a low-level complexity problem once the student solve it, and it gradually move to the next one. And just to end up, once the student has graduated, you know, in Mauritius, we have the young professional occupational permit that a graduate can apply. And although it is disseminated and it is on the website, many students probably are not aware of this. So by having an AI tool and digitalization of the process, they will know what is the process, how the application can be made, and what are the different rights in terms of work permits. So those are a few things that I think that can help. Just to end, I will say that if we want to achieve internationalization, we need to get digitalization right and student-centered. And if we get it right, then we will not only attract international students, we will retain them, empower them, and convert them into ambassadors for Mauritius.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swarup. Let me go to you, Mr. Abdul. And I'll pick up on one of the aspects that Dr. Swarup mentioned, which is personalized learning. And this is a term I've heard during the sessions very often. And you are a system engineer. Let me put that question. How far away are we from personalized learning?
So thank you very much for this question, Dr. Sharpet, because this comes at a perfect point in time. Okay. Yeah, this comes at a perfect point in time because the technology is here. Okay, the technology is ready, and we also, in Mauritius, we have our regulations for AI in education, what is going to be implemented very soon. The guidelines are already here, so we are ready to do it. And just to add on what Dr. Sarup has said, it is very much important because just like the minister said, for long we have believed that in a class of 100 students, all of them will learn the same way. But we know that's not true. They each have their own specificities, they learn differently, some are stronger, some have weaknesses, and we expect the lecturer to be able to teach them differently, but they cannot do that. They need an AI to help them. The AI is not here to replace them, but actually to give them superpowers. Because alone, they will not be able to cater for the 100 students, they have multiple classes, and they won't be able to even identify alone the difference of the students. But the AI, with the tools that we have right now, for example, at the Open University of Mauritius, we have an LMS called Blackboard, so we are being able to track engagement of students on the platform. So, for example, we are being able to see what type of content students prefer. For example, we can say that for a particular student, the lecturer has uploaded a text, a lecture note in text form. The students wait till the eve of the examination to download the lecture note. However, if the lecturer has uploaded a video, within some hours he clicks it. So we can see that the students prefer video for this particular student. So AI can help to detect that. And the tool is already here. It's not experimental anymore. Many universities abroad are doing it, and here in Mauritius as well. We have LMS, and just like the strategy has mentioned, having an LMS and SIS is crucial for every university, so everyone will have it. Because we have understood that the one-size-fits-all model does not work. We have to think another way. And is personalized learning a distant dream? No, it's not. It's a near reality. And with the strategy just launched, it has become a national priority for us. So I guess this is it.
Thank you very much, panel members. And we'll have to stop here. I think by this time everybody is hungry. So we'll stop here. Thank you very much. Two of the panel members do not have the strategy copy. Let me hand over to them. What we have heard from the panelists are 5 distinct conversations, but together they tell one coherent story. A story of a system that is being strengthened at its core through excellence in teaching and learning, a system that is generating value through research and innovation that matters, a system that is opening doors through lifelong learning and flexible pathways, a system that is reaching outward through science diplomacy and global engagement, and a system that is being future-proofed through digitalization and AI. But ultimately, this strategy is not about strengthening higher education internally. It is about positioning Mauritius as a trusted, high-quality, and globally relevant hub for knowledge, talent, and innovation. On that note, I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists, 15 members we had here in the last hour, for their valuable insight. And I now hand over back to the Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Emily Payne.
Thank you, Dr. Rojid. Thank you once again to all the panelists. To officially close this launching ceremony, it is now my honor to invite again Dr. Venerable Kaviraj Sharma Sukon, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Research, to deliver his closing address. Minister, please.
Honorable Dr. Payag and Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not time for a speech again, so I just want to thank all of you for being here, for your contribution. But above all, we're looking forward to your contribution in implementing the strategic plan. So it's not the end, it's only the beginning. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, the Honourable Minister. A big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. So we have now reached the end. You are kindly invited to join us for lunch and networking. Bon appétit.